Docs, you need to control panel. Select stream, share, boom. We're live! Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay. All right. We're really and actually gonna try. Let's go 72. There we go. All right. And then here we're going with Domo Origato, Mr. Roboto. Pardon me, I burped. All right, so all right. So there's the Great Repression, holier than thou rule set. Just trying to get it to where like all of this is that. I'll just highlight this. Merryweather, extra bold, size 30. There we go. Okay. So what? How? I thought I just highlighted all of this text, selected this extra bold 30. Like, why would it change? See, it's changing again. Dude. Okay. Max of okay. 30. Merryweather green. Okay. Yeah, where's like, here we go. Okay. Okay. All this needs to be easier to see, to read, because it is quite small. So okay. All right. Okay. Okay. Okay, so we have the two different sides. We have the two different worlds. We're currently in the Great Repression, where high levels of axis defection. So the worst emotions are championed. They're highly encouraged by the group, as the group strongly feels righteous indignation due to how unfair the other side is acting. And then eye for an eye logic loop. They are being disrespectful, humiliating us when we admit we are wrong. It's this part down here. I need to, sorry, I'm like, you can't see my hands and where I'm pointing at the screen. I need to fix both of these sides. I don't know if I'm gonna have is curiosity. Yes, curiosity can be considered both an emotion and a complex trait involving intellectual and what is that word? Okay, here it is. I need to make a list of the things I want to get accomplished today, because I want to get a 10-minute video out that is just overviewing like the main claims that I'm making. That I'm trying to make a list of here. Then I'll use like these different things, like avoiding the argument. So this document, I need to organize this document. I need to organize this enough and update it. And then I need bullet points of each thing. So like here's the explanations of the different things for struggle sessions, and that would be, oh my god, I just have so many things I have to go through. What I need here is a table, and I'm not sure okay. Center, underline, red. Good. Plus I need to put this in here instead of it being out without. Ah, wait, shit. Okay, so X, and then, okay. Okay, that is now inside. Okay. Oh. What? Shit. Okay. So that did not like that. Let's go out, go down a little bit, then insert table. Like that. Okay. Then okay. And then okay. Okay. All right, we're coming down here to Pathos. We could turn all of this larger. Delete. Okay. You don't see me. You don't. No ideological group. Morality rule set is good enough for a society to have, maintain, and improve democratic I'll just put democracy. It's fine. Probably they. Is that one word? So it's one word like this. Okay. Um, I think it was unclaimed fault and blame, but let's see. Oh, wait. What? What? Okay. Where do I put? So the content bias, tacticalized bias, create the metaphorical Mexican standoff. Okay. So behavior economy. Boom. Make this. This is downstream from that. Then creates, or the metaphorical Mexican standoff is loaded social negotiations that have massive amounts of unclaimed blame, unclaimed fault and blame. Okay, so because of this, this is where you don't see me. So that's where I want to put this. You don't see me, you don't see me, you don't see me at all. That's where I want. But where do I put that? Um, okay, okay, okay. That goes over here. Avoiding argument. I need to get that. I need to organize this a little bit better. Organize that a little bit better. We can at least start getting through to making a video. Just another thing I need to do. Okay, so how we got here, debate our own ideas, avoiding the argument, PEL Standard, blame distribution. Yes, both sides, motherfucker. Okay, then. Okay. I also want to edit this. And then. Okay, hold on. Contempt bias equals the level of bad faith aka judgmental, aka uncritical. So I want to keep that, but okay. Okay, hold on. Let's see. Okay. So I come here. And all of this does get moved to the down part. Not sure why it's even above. And then this has got, oops. Okay, hold on. Christians are mildly right. We are all born into sin and very wrong. Missing. Okay. And very wrong. We're missing the destructive contempt bias and destructive nice bias. I'm just gonna call it. So the toxic nice bias. Contempt bias. Nice bias. Okay. And then. Okay, hold on. Okay, yeah. Okay, got it there. I like how this one is, though, right here. Just make it smaller. Then we can do that. Public and private. Color blue is bigger. Desire to make the other no, if I do that, then yeah, I have to do that. Okay, so go slightly smaller. Okay. That looks good. I can come back over here. Copy there. Paste. $17. So we make it 18 and go down 1. And then we can make it all blue. And then worse is red. Okay. Desire to make the other or one's outgroup's court of public and private opinion. Look, I think I just remove image. Desire to make oneself or one's in-groups court of public and private opinion look better than it is. Okay. I gotta go. Then I also need to change the title up here. We're just going to call this the toxic nice bias and the contempt bias for removing destructive. Okay. AKA toxic good faith, AKA bad faith motivations. Right. Temp. Bad faith motivations. CB definition, and then toxic nice. Whoops, toxic nice bias definition. Okay. I really do want this though. I like what it says right here. Contempt bias equals levels of bad faith. I don't think I even need that. So levels of bad faith judgments, aka judgmental. Okay. And then levels of toxic good faith judgments, aka uncritical. Okay. Exaggerating someone's bad and now I'm doing attributes. So we don't need all these other things. We don't need behaviors as well. So this is actually deleted. Delete. And then downplaying someone's good. And then we just put attributes over here. This could be deleted. $17. There we go. Good. That's supposed to be green. There we go. Okay. $17. One, two, three. Okay. Does this make sense? Underline all of this and make it red. Exaggerate someone's good attributes, lies of exaggeration. We would probably also have lies of Liza Minnelli. Ha ha ha. No. Okay. I need attributes. I have that in. So I think I have everything I need from that. Okay, so we don't know where that quote came from? Excellent. Okay. Here's the MMS. Here are the attributes. Here are good or bad attributes. Intentions. I feel like intentions, motivations, and goals are all the same thing, but okay, behaviors. Then we've got rules, principles, morals, logic, arguments, ideas. So then over here, when we have these attributes right here, what will you need to be able to do is take this down. Yeah. Wait, how can I move it? Hello? What the fuck? Why can't I move this? Damn it. Oh, there we go. This page downward? Nope. It's not giving me the move thing anywhere. I can make it bigger. There we go. I got the move thing. Okay. So then shit. Okay, so that's this. Delete that. That's centered, and as I scroll up, one of them has more things. Maybe I got it all. Okay. 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 Okay, so toxic good faith desired. Just say toxic good faith symptoms. High contempt. Bad. Okay, so then bad faith. I have the right to complain and criticize you. You have no right to complain and criticize me. Assuming the worst of someone's good or bad. You make all their good look worse. You assume all of the worst of all of their attributes all the time. Why wouldn't you? They're bad, terrible people. What's wrong with you? Aren't you a good person? Why wouldn't you? These are racist, fascist people. You should fucking hate them. Look at their behaviors. Look what they're doing to us. It's the same shit over and over and over again. All right, so interpreting the worst of someone's... Okay, interpreting the worst of someone's ideas, arguments, logic. Right, I just have to like scroll down to here to show both of these. But then I want all of this to be down further. Just space these things out some. Okay. I don't know what to name this. With like, I want to replace the new. What we'll just call it that and close this one. Okay. All right. So here's the maximum. But to explain it, we first have to show the four sides of judgment. Only want to admit, acknowledge, or engage in two of the four sides of judgment. Okay. Okay. So we have this data here. We then have this. And then I need let's pull up
I can't change their mind. I won't change my mind, because I don't have to. Because I'm an American. I won't change my mind on anything, regardless of the facts that are set out before me. I'm dug in, and I'll never change.
Modern political discourse seems to almost always be adversarial, often outright vitriolic, occasionally funny, but seemingly almost never productive. To say
yeah, we can watch the first 25 seconds of that. So let's prep that over here with the things.
I can't change their mind.
Okay, that is prepped. Wait, where's the levels of red pill? Oh, right there. Okay, so let's put that here. So then here. Yeah, that's the sub of this, because what form of warfare are the two people, or what form of warfare is the group, or Go away. Stop it. Leave me alone, bro. Okay. We got this prep, 1994, politically engaged. Overall, to this, to FCC Fairness Doctrine. Oh, actually, that's really interesting. What? Okay. Fairness Doctrine was rooted in the media world of 1949. Lawmakers became concerned with the monopoly audience control of the three main networks, NBC, ABC, and CBS, could misuse their broadcast licenses to set a biased public agenda. The Fairness Doctrine mandated... Alright, sorry for chewing gum. Okay. The fair... Let's see, let's make this a little bit larger. That's better. Alright. The Fairness Doctrine mandated broadcast networks devote time to contrasting views on issues of the public importance. Congress backed the policy in 1954, and by the 1970s, the FCC called the Fairness Doctrine the single most important requirement of operation in the public interest. What does that mean? The sine qua non for grant of renewal license? How do you say this? What is that? An essential condition. Oh, je ne sais quoi?
Sine qua non.
Oh, no. What the fuck?
Sine qua non.
Sine qua non. Okay, all right. Is that Latin? Or it sounds French. Okay. For a grant of renewal license. The Supreme Court upheld the doctrine in the 1969. Until 1985, under FCC, the communications who had served released a report stating that the doctrine hurt public interest and violated free speech rights guaranteed by the First Amendment. Fowler began rolling the application of the doctrine back during Reagan's second term, despite complaints from the administration that it was all that kept from thoroughly lambasting Reagan's policies on air. In 1987, the FCC panel repealed the Fairness Doctrine altogether with a 4-0 vote. The FCC vote was opposed by members of Congress who said the FCC had tried to flout the will of Congress, and the decision was wrong-headed, misguided, and illogical. The decision drew political fire and tingling, where the cooperation. In 1987, Congress attempted to preempt the FCC. Congress attempted to preempt the FCC fairness decision and codify the FCC's codify the Fairness Doctrine. The bill passed, but the legislation was vetoed by President Reagan. Congress was unable to muster enough votes to overturn the veto. This topic contains the president's subsequent veto and Okay. So when I come over here, Right here. The FCC released a report stating that the doctrine. Okay, hold on a second. Under the FCC for communications, a communications attorney who served. Hurt public interest and violated free speech rights. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. What about kicking them off their seat? Where did I put that? Conspiracy theorist. Where's that? Right here. Kicking the right off their seat. Off, and then in quotes, their seat at the table. PC culture is thought control devices. I'm just gonna delete that. Delete this. And the title, I guess we put elephants. Okay. I do not want you to get what you want, even if it hurts me. Let's remove the underline. We already have it capitalized. I do not care about what you want. You do not care about what I want. Let's put that near here at the bottom, and that will make it smaller. Maybe not that small. And then here for these. Wow. Whoa. Okay. Alrighty then. Okay. 14. Oh. Okay, we're going off the page. We're going off of the thing. Little backdrop. 18. Okay. All right. Okay. We need a prime. I still need to fix somewhat avoiding the argument. Or is it good enough to like come to a place? We got pejoratives here. We've got life isn't fair. What was that one I had? It was mind your own business. Yep, mind your own business is here. How about stop infighting? Oh, I already have it. Stop infighting criticisms or attacks for our enemies, so that's there. Okay, like I want... Okay, so we've got pejoratives up here. How about snitches? Snitches get fucking stitches. Stop infighting. Snitches get stitches. That's fair. I believe this would be loose lips sink ships. If you can't say anything nice, so how about that? How about say any... Yeah, if you can't say anything nice, don't say anything at all. So I don't know how many of these I'm going to like try and recite. Dude, it's insane. Okay. Hasty judgment. You give them an inch. Agreed. Validate their claims. They make it a mile. I of Sag. Okay. So I've got this here with this data. Minimize that a little bit. See how that looks. And then we've got this. And then we need this. And then we need I'll put that before there. Then we need let's find the article that this image came from. I think it's New York Times. Fuck. Where is it? Is anything wrong here? And I can just I would like the link to the article. Okay. So then okay. So we've got that here. We got fairness doctrine, we got net favorability. We could make that larger. Okay. 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 Unconscious sin. Disease. Now, unconscious sin, aka double standard. Okay, so it creates the MMS, aka the root cause of the double standard. that creates the metaphorical Mexican standoff, aka the two realities. Hyperpolarization. What are some of the other things people are calling it? I know there's like a bunch. This is good enough, though. This is good enough. Okay. Hasty judgment. Oh man, I used to have like this one of this girl saying, "My brother's always been right. That's why I always look to men at the masculine. The men in my life are masculine because they're always right, and so I always defer to them." Yeah. Anyways. Good. This would be called the good enough threshold. Okay. Right, so right, okay. So the good enough threshold for that needs to be a point. Battle of ideas. The good enough threshold for I'm wording this wrong. develop the one high fairness, low, very high fairness, very low corruption. Five people controlling the standard use a high integrity checklist to engage in all praise and criticism of its contents that are used. To judge you and your group, me and my group, and the complex world around us. Science, religion, philosophy, etc. Okay. 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 Not sure what I'm saying here. Mine's all red. But what I want to say for this, constructive praise and criticism, new liberal principle, the 11th and group of people controlling what is in this standard using I'll just leave it like that. Okay, so that should be at the end. And I'll put debate your own ideas, motherfucker. There you go. Okay. Creating the 11th liberal principle, meaning we are progressing, conserving the principles for liberalism. Also, we will debate all of the other 10 principles, searching for any amount of corruption in the code. This would be progressing and conserving liberal. Let's go with Montserrat Black, and then let's go up to 48. That seems a little bit big. All right, 36, cool. Progressing and conserving classic liberalism. Creating the 11th principle. need a new liberal principle, comma, this would be the 11th. This means we are progressing and conserving the principles for liberalism by adding a new one. Also, we will debate all of the other 10 principles, searching for any amount of corruption in the morality rule set. For example, individualism, where the individual is more important than the collective. How does this work? Where's the line? Can it go too far? Where individuals do not care about the collective at all and only about themselves. Are these people narcissists? Okay. So then, the 11th principle. So the 11th principle is to be ethos amended PEL judgment standard. And then all of this, instead of being centered, needs to be over to the left. And then all of this needs to be over to the left. And then the 11th and then this should be green, and we'll go up to 30. Go up more. Let's change it to This is an ethos amended PEL judgment standard. This judgment standard is a very high integrity checklist for performing constructive criticism and constructive praise. Where are my attributes? Where are they now? Are they right here? No. No. There we go. Okay. So for all of this, I don't know where to put a legend, but we will make a legend. I don't know how I did that. What was that? Control B? I hit that, and that came up. I don't know. I don't know how that came up. That was cool, though. Remember the word counter thing. Okay. Okay. Legend. I should put attributes, boom, good or bad. Attributes, ranges of good or bad. Delete. Boom. Huh? Then we need a definition for corruption. We need a definition for fair. Any rule, principle, moral, logic, etc., that allows for any amount of resentment. The ability to perform considered decisions or make sense or come to sensible conclusions and this is a project soul definition of corruption. These are just all the fair definition. I said slam bam, thank you ma'am, and here we go today. Ranges of good or bad. Attribute ranges of good or bad. Intentions, motivations, goals, rules. Alrighty then. Let's go insert a table. Bam. And then we go table options, and we go, I want it over here. And then we take their legend, and we place it in. Cool. I like it. Okay. So then we have this here. Where is this supposed to go? For performance control. The searchable standard is a very high integrity focus for performing constructive criticism and constructive praise for everyone in one's in-grouping. For the attributes in everyone's in-group and out-group. Develop the one This is the PEL judgment standard that we use to judge you and your group, me and my group, and the complex world around us, science, religion, philosophy, etc. Okay. I think we just delete that. Should be a little bit bigger. Move that up. Okay. All right, all right, all right. Okay. Okay. All right. They're betraying us. Hitting below the belt, aka betraying us. Being very hostile when remove the measuring heart principle for now. This would be things like the platforming off YouTube, Facebook. I could just put deflapping off of social media. Dismissive. Okay. Okay. All right. What do I got here? So over here, why debates don't matter. We're finally getting to agreement we never have from a person that has been working for decades in the political debate space, battle of idea arena. Overarching claims. We've got our data ready. We've got this. You are a conspiracy theorist. So the title for this of Corruption or Common Sense would be Criticism equals Hate. Oh, equals. There we go. Time to go pee again. I think I'm close. I think I'm close. What is the size of this? 22. Two. Okay. Let's get all of the first ones, these ones. In here, we have physical, emotional, financial, let's ask. Let's see what they say. War of ideas. Nice potato lips. Okay. Gear sliding prop. Cancel culture. Wins? Um, Here we go. So what do I want on the main screen? I first need to get Destiny yelling at Prodigal. So we'll go here. Shit. Well, that wasn't it. Oh no, I got the link.
Of course, immigration.
Oh, it's unlisted, but I've got the link. Oh, motherfucker, yayo. Okay, hold on.
Issues, but why is it so hard for people? Why is it so hard for the average person to explain their frustrations with it? Why is it so hard to get it across to leftists that this is a real crisis? And I think this is what I want to go over today. Because I want to put all of my thoughts down into one video that I can reference. Because quite frankly, the issue is not something that can be put down into a talking point. It's not something that can really be extrapolated from data.
Eastman's entire
or like a study. It's like, it really is just something observed in day-to-day life that is so hard to explain on the internet. And I think what it is the mass migration crisis really comes down to the complexity of individual social relationships, which is so nebulous and hard to explain. Most people will not even try. They won't even bother trying because every individual social relationship is so different. Most people's day-to-day interactions are not being studied. And yet, when we're trying to address this issue, we are always talking about political solutions and people as groups and institutions and data sets. We talk about fixing problems with the institutions, and we never view any of these things or people as like individuals living unique lives, all working together like ants that need to keep it going. And if one of those ants like starts falling off the wagon and a few others join it, the whole thing collapses. But because we never think of this as individual social relationships, I really think we're constantly missing the true understanding going on here. Like when I think about trying to talk about this with the internet, of course, there was immigration. Early days, I was doing a debate on immigration, I think, and I got mocked massively by left-wing Twitter, left-wing internet for quoting the political analyst Ray Wolfinger, who stated the plural of anecdote is data. And that's true. He is correct. I don't know why I got mocked for this. Like, stats come from somewhere. They have an origin point somewhere in real people's lives. Of course the plural of anecdote is data. Like, and you quite frankly, you don't understand what any data you are seeing or reading online, any graphs that we're quickly liking or retweeting on Twitter. We don't know what any of it means until you've actually seen it play out in the real world. Not to bring this into the gender debate, because, oh my goodness, people lose their minds.
This would be avoiding the argument. Where's my logical fallacy section? These are general toxic Reco left. Oh yeah, it's right here. Epistemic steps. Okay. So PEL Standard argument avoidance.
Eastman's entire plot
causes issues. But why is it so hard for people? Always talking about political solutions and people as groups. Data you are seeing or reading online, any graphs that we're quickly liking or retweeting on Twitter, we don't know what any of it means until you've actually seen it play out in the real world. Not to bring this into the gender debate because, oh my goodness, people lose their minds, but let's take that stat that we see all the time, like women end 70% of marriages because they're the ones, that file the paperwork. Well, what does that actually mean in the real world? Does that mean that they're the ones that said, I want out and I'm ending this, I hate you, or does it...
I thought she used the phrase blowing up. Let's see if we can find blowing. Yep. Most of the time your life is blowing up. It's going to be a miscommunication. 9:45.
I mean, potentially, sometimes it's convenient for men not to do the paperwork. This is not commentary on men or women, but they may not have been the ones who have done that, but it's constantly misconstrued. And this is every piece of data, whether it be about immigration, whether it be about, transgender issues, who's going to win an upcoming election. Like, it is constantly misportrayed and analyzed wrong on the internet, which is why I think a lot of journalists and academics and kind of Reddit fedora tippers get a lot of stuff wrong when it comes to like practically making predictions about where the world is going, because they're not looking outside their window, they're looking at the charts and they're looking at the graphs. So where am I going with this? This is going to be quite a rant. My point is, it's really hard to explain in stats or talking points or address in policy how social relationships really impact the real world of people's lives, which is why I think the immigration debate is so messed up. But what is one type of relationship that we can look at where we actually do have tons and tons and tons of data and research around it, and even legal cases documenting it all? Because the average person's interaction with a recent immigrant, we don't have that much data around, quite frankly. But what we do have a ton of data around is marriages. So I'm going to use that as like one of my prime examples here. If you're younger and you're tuning in, just so you're aware, chances are if you are ever in a legal dispute, it's probably going to be about a relationship. It's probably going to be some sort of marriage issue you are having, maybe even a business, social relationship falling apart. Just most of the time, if your life is blowing up,
If I make that bigger, it's going to make it bigger for all of them. Okay. Okay. Ooh, where do we go first, boys and girls? We have all the stats pulled up. We have favorability, we have the fairness doctrine, removal, the disease. Trump is a symptom. He is not even close to the root cause, aka the disease. Where do I have that? FCC. Domo arigato, Mr. Bato. Domo arigato, Mr. Bato. Gonna make these really big motherfuckers. All criticism is hate. Okay. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. All right, I do want to find the place in here while she goes in.
Going to be a miscommunication problem with someone that you actually wanted to get along with. And it just, holy crap, like I'm at that age, I don't know, 30 is like divorce o'clock, but everyone around me, there's long-term relationships or marriages are just blowing up right now. And watching it in reality and how it affects the world and people's lives, oh my gosh, like destroys them. It leads to drugs and addiction, people missing work or even losing their jobs entirely because they're just like psychologically checked out, nowhere to live, like financially destroys the family, destroys children psychologically. Like a marriage falling apart is civilization destroying stuff. Really, really bad. And just on top of that, like for everyone, the amount of social services and government programs, taxes, legal time that goes into this social relationship falling apart is insane. And I feel like people don't really process that until they really watch it happening around them. And a good portion of our societal problem.
No, I want the title. The title is terrible. It fucking needs to change. It's nowhere near good enough. Fucking change it, mother. Stupid. I'm so tired. Okay. I think we need to open with him. We open with him and then we go to the rage. So he's first. Second. No. We start with Cenk. Him first, then Cenk. Then we're just referencing that one. We're not watching anything in it. Actually, no, we're going to watch the first 25 seconds. That's right. And then we hit Destiny.
Hinged on the idea that they could challenge the constitutionality of established law. Constitutionality exists above the law.
Peacefully,
The fact that peaceful doesn't matter when you're trying to overturn the election results.
Matter?
But anyway, just to be clear, you guy that exists above the law. The fact that peaceful doesn't matter when your constitutionality exists above the law. The fact.
Okay. And then let's also get... Oh my God, this is so hard. Okay.
Trying to, you know how it is when you're arguing with someone, there's a...
Okay. All right, we're ready. Here we go.
I'm going to try and make this video as short as possible. We're dealing with what I can see is the most complicated topic that humanity has ever dealt with. And I am not in any way trying to deal with this on my own. I am constantly looking for people that want to criticize, give constructive criticism and praise to one another. All of our attributes, our ideas, our logic, everything. I find very few people actually will ever do that, entertain in that. You hit this wall of dogma of they will not be criticized in any way. I think that there's an incredible amount of people that have built walls of narcissism to protect themselves. I do not hate narcissists. I'm constantly asking the questions as to why they are that way. I almost became one. I definitely had a good amount of these things. You can think I am at any one moment. I'm definitely going to make an incredible amount of lofty claims. I care greatly about being wrong. So much so that I believe that to be an alpha, a true alpha leader, one, it's not gender specific. It's not sex specific. A man or a woman can be a true alpha leader. A true alpha leader, not a fake alpha leader, an actual beta bitch. And there are some really good things to anyone that claims themselves to be an alpha leader. We're going to go through that. There are things to praise. There are. But there are significant things that are toxic masculinity that are absolutely fucking beta, absolutely insanely weak. So beta and sin, these are just weaknesses. Being a pussy, beta, weak, all of it just means weakness. That's all it fucking means. That's all those words mean. You're just trying to say that a person's weak, using different ways of being able to detail it. A true alpha leader cares so greatly if they are wrong. They engage in every fucking criticism. They do not avoid it because they know the decisions that they make. So let's say I believe in hierarchy, though I am trying to go from what we have gone through in the certain stages. We've gone from overwhelmingly a patriarchy in almost all of society to where the vast majority of our society for the last little bit, I don't know how far we want to go back, but at least 10 years, we are living in a matriarchy and a childarchy. And what I am trying to find people to help create the new future that we're going to have is a teamarchy, where we know how to make decisions together. That doesn't mean that there aren't still hierarchical structures. It just means that whoever is the person that is deemed a leader in the group that is meritocratically earned because they show that they can actually do epistemic, logical, like they know how to care for if they're wrong. They know how to care for all of their logical fallacies and biases to ensure that they're not avoiding the person's arguments. And that would be a person all not being aware of logical fallacies, not being aware of biases, are logical weaknesses, logical sins that all of us bring to the table when we are debating in an informal debate or a formal debate over any issue instead of an interpersonal relationship and otherwise. These things will constantly make it to where it'll build resentment and contempt. So what I'm trying to go through to show here is quite a few different things. So this is just a document that I've recreated so many times. But basically there are both different points of different things that have happened, of how we've gotten here, what are the problems that we are dealing with as I see them. And so I wanted to first go through and show that overwhelmingly we are missing an incredible amount of things. Every single one of us are. No one sees all of this.
Reliable listener, and that you're not trying to, you know how it is when you're arguing with someone, there's a part of you that really wants to win. It's like, I'm right, you're stupid and wrong. And so the best way for me to demonstrate that is to warp and bend your argument in some, make it trivial in some way it isn't, especially if it's directed to some degree at like elucidating my character flaws and to minimize you in doing so. And if you do that, of course, Well, that's not a great road to peace unless you're willing to bring a big club to the argument, and many people are. And instead of listening and trying to make peace and sort things out, they'll use all sorts of subtle forms of suppression in their ensuing dialogue just to keep everything, you know, under the rug or in the closet.
That is why I call the time period that we're in the Great Repression, because we're constantly using different acts to suppress the other person, to make them subdue to our own will as we fight over the power throne of decisions in the group, whether it's just as small as a husband and a wife.
I wouldn't recommend that as a medium to long-term strategy, especially if you're trying to bring peace to a household. You have to go through this horribly painful process of listening to the people around you tell you what they think of their lives. And if you do that, then, well, maybe you can all come to a place that is characterized by something approximating genuine peace. And I would say that even psychophysiologically, you know, I mean, when there's tension in a household and multiple, what would you say, systems of value operating simultaneously, there's a tremendous confusion about what should reign supreme, right? And you think, well, nothing has to reign supreme. We can all have our diverse opinions. No, you can't. Not if you're going to live together in harmony. There has to be some overarching structure that unites you. What else is a family if it's not an overarching structure that unites you? Now, within that, there can be tolerance and even appreciation for.
Can't have half the country think freedom of speech is great and amazing, and the other half think that it's terrible and it needs to be removed. Or there's free speech and then there's hate speech, and both sides have shown that they will wield this argument when they are in power. It's the same shit over and over and over again. We cannot just.
It's just hard if you happen to be a person who.
When we need to be able to use, so basically the overarching thing here is, what form of warfare is the group using to resolve their ideological and desire conflicts? These things are critical. They are so important. They happen all the time. I can show, I watch a lot of political debate, but of the thing that I've watched the most in the last 9 years, it is interpersonal relationship conflicts. Everything from all the different reality shows on Netflix, like Selling Sunset, to Love is Blind. 100% of life, I truly believe this, I'm not exaggerating even a little bit, 100% of life always comes down to our social negotiations over ideological conflict and desire conflict. Ideological conflict is what's right and what's wrong. What values we have to that reign supreme inside of the household. From, are we all carnivore? Are we all vegan? Are we banning plastic straws? Are we how are we parenting? What church are we going to? Do we believe in religion or God at all? How, like, the list of things that a husband and wife have to be able to actually agree upon to maintain low amounts of tension, low amounts of resentment and contempt in the household. It is long. It is an exhaustively long list. Should we ban Netflix? Because now we wanted to ban Netflix to put pressure on them because we want to get what we want. The only reason that we even need to do any of that shit is because we're not using the actual healthiest form of warfare, where we all know how to engage the battle of ideas. And I'm trying to show that no one fucking knows how to do this well, that even very academically minded people are terrible at actual legitimate debate. They're legitimately terrible. They fucking don't know how to do it. They constantly use some of the highest level logical fallacies of, like, call to authority logical fallacy, call to thine own authority. I watched Carl Benjamin debate Sitch and Adam, and I thought he made a lot of really good points in this 3-hour debate. But so many different times in the conversation to them, he is stating that he's just right and they're just wrong, and he's scoffing at the idea that he should even have to detail any amount of the logic of any of the claims that he's making. He doesn't need to do that. He can just make his claims and then he's just right, and they should just accept that. Okay, but again, I'm trying to make this brief. So we need to go here.
Beyond just like nuclear family falling apart, our people missing work or even losing their jobs entirely because they're just like psychologically checked out, nowhere to live, like financially destroys the family, destroys children psychologically. Like a marriage falling apart is civilization destroying stuff. Really, really bad. And just on top of that, like for everyone, the amount of social services and government programs, taxes, legal time that goes into this social relationship falling apart is insane. And I feel like people don't really process that until they really watch it happening around them. And a good portion of our societal problems beyond just like nuclear family falling apart are caused by nuclear family communities and relationships falling apart. Like you look at drug use or alcoholism after marriage ends, or the type of persons get into crime. Like, did they have a broken family? So most of our societal issues come from individual social relationships falling apart. I mean, we'll look at it as like a point on a graph where it's like, oh, well, we've got X amount of drug users and that's a problem. We have X amount of homelessness and that's a problem. And then a lot of leftists, which is why I have a big problem with them, will say, well, we need to introduce a social program in order to fix this, number of drug addicts or homeless people. And it's like, well, why don't we ask them more questions?
So we're constantly dealing with problems. And whatever the problems are, we have to be able to use some form of warfare in order to resolve the conflict, because we're measuring harm. We're seeing people, whatever it is, the opioid crisis, any substance abuse thing, alcoholism, or anything, homelessness crisis. Or how about look at this fucking long list here. Look at this. Just look at this. This is fucking insane. Why adult children are going on contact. And this is a person that's psychology with Anna, and it's got 619,000 views, 23 minutes long. Just look at how many there are. Look at this one. This guy right here, Amir, I think it's Amir. How parents are react to their adult children going no contact. This is 870,000, 31 minutes long a year ago. Then a new one about Gen Z are going on contact with their mothers. Our societal relationships are falling the fuck apart because everyone thinks that they have the right current, that they're the enlightened ones. They know what the best morality rule set is. I'm the enlightened person, and that can be said by woke and red pill. They all mean the same thing. It just means you have the right morality rule set and everyone else doesn't. You see how things work and you understand what's right and wrong, and everyone else doesn't. No one sees this. No one sees everything. I don't see everything. We need to come together and figure out what is happening with all of the statistics that are just making everything just get worse and worse and worse. The loneliness crisis, the mental illness, everything is just continuously falling apart. The Gottman Institute, they studied over 20,000, and even here, I'm referring to an authority, and and I think that we need to consistently give constructive praise and constructive criticism to everyone, whether it's Karl Marx, whether it's Noam Chomsky, whether it's Ben Shapiro, whether it's Donald Trump. We need to be able to call balls and strikes, and I do not think that anyone fucking has the actual ability to provide constructive praise and constructive criticism, regardless of who the person is. That at some point, some amount of bias is just going to get in the way. And that's one of the things that I believe that I've found. But even look here, yes, even healthy couples fight. I don't like the title of this, but their latest book is called Fight Right. We need to argue. We need to resolve our ideological desire conflict. The vast majority of it, we need to see the same reality. I need to see what you see for you and I to own a company together. There's a long list of things that we need to be able to agree upon in order to run that company. The list of decisions is just extremely long. If we ran a school together, if we were, if you and I were best friends and you love my daughter, there's a same thing. It's all these situations, there's an incredible amount that is exactly the same. We have to resolve ideological desire conflict. The vast majority of it. There is definitely some areas where we can agree to disagree, but the vast majority of there's a threshold of agreement on each topic. Like we need to agree 80%, 90%, somewhere around there on the vast majority of things of what they are. What is respect? How do we show it to one another? All of these different things. This is just an incredibly long list, and I've got so many different things. So I am a classic liberal, and I am trying to progress liberalism. I am the 11th liberal principle. Challenge is that I'm presenting my proposal is that it is a an ethos amended PEL standard. PEL is pathos, ethos, logos. And so this judgment standard is has a very high integrity checklist for performing constructive criticism and constructive praise for the good and bad attributes of everyone, and everyone in one's in-group and everyone's out-group. Okay, so let's go back here. I know I'll move around a lot. I apologize. There is a lot of statistical data that is showing. I don't like the title of this, debates don't matter. Debates really matter. In fact, she is even going to make the different claim here in the first 25 seconds that feels like that's not what the title should be.
I can't change their mind. I won't change my mind because I don't have to, because I'm an American. I won't change my mind on anything, regardless of the facts that are set out before me. I'm dug in, and I'll never change.
Modern political discourse seems to almost always be adversarial, often outright vitriolic, occasionally funny, but seemingly almost never productive. To say that political disagreement causes conflict is so obvious as to represent a truism. More often than not, political conversations seem to devolve into two or more people simply talking past each other, rather than about the topics supposedly in question. It also seems that the
So her overall premise and I've watched this several times. It has been a while since I've seen it, so I do need to watch it again. It is quite long. It's 2 hours. But the overall sentiment for the statistical data that she constantly is showing is that what they do is they foster dislike. That was her claim. It fosters dislike. And my claim is that it manufactures contempt. It's basically the same thing. But contempt is very specifically a thing that is a self-fulfilling prophecy that makes it to where people go from being good faith and having bad form to bad faith and very bad form. And this is why with these struggle sessions, these blame game war fights that we get into are extremely damaging and so bad for our society that they need to be fixed very, very quickly. I have this document I call Avoiding the Argument. Oops. Avoiding the Argument. And the epistemic term is an argument avoidance rhetorical device. But just avoiding the argument is all that really needs to be understood. That there is a long list of things that we're doing. So I as far as I could tell, all logical fallacies and all biases avoid the other person's argument. But so like a call to a third logical fallacy, if I'm ignorant of that, if I don't know what it is, and I say, well, Dr. Fauci, so for example, one of the many topics I bring up is I want to say Dr. Fauci, but this one right here, what about the crowd-out method was popularized by Dr. Ferber. That's why it was called the Ferberizer method. So if Mitchell says, hey, Dr. Ferber is a doctor, he went to medical school, he understands all these different things, so therefore he has to be right, and Cam, you have to be wrong, and he avoids the argument, meaning he does not take any amount of effort, intellectual effort, any amount of intellectual curiosity into any of Cam's specific claims. It builds resentment and contempt. And the tension of the disagreement, the ideological conflict of what were we doing for our child continues to persist, especially as Cam is consistently measuring the harm that he believes is occurring to his infant child. And I think that Ferberizer method's terrible. I think it does cause high amounts of harm, but replace the Ferberizer method with any fucking topic. But a person that really cares about the other person, so Mitchell that cares and loves Cam so much, is ignorant of the harm that is happening with a call to authority logical fallacy. He's unaware. And I can just show this happening. So many different logical fallacies consistently happening in informal debates between all interpersonal relationships. The most significant ones are parent-child, between parent and child, and husband and wife. But obviously the other ones are really important too, like siblings and stuff like that. Okay. But here, look at just some of these things. It's incredible. Just a list of the things that we use to just talk past one another and avoid the other person's argument. Life is not fair. You are emotional right now. Keep it simple, stupid. You're overthinking it. You're a know-it-all. Agree to disagree. Who cares? Who gives a shit? Mind your own business. Life isn't fair. I'm sorry, I have that twice. Fucking hell. I need help organizing things. If you can't say anything nice, don't say anything at all. Loose lips sink ships. Snitches get stitches. Stop infighting. Criticisms are attacks for our enemies. You're moving the goalposts. Are you calling me a liar? Stop gossiping. Stop gossiping. Don't ruffle feathers. Oh, we have a complainer on our hands. Doing the right thing is never wrong. So just imagine you have a problem with something I'm doing. You and I are best friends. You love my daughter. We grew up as best friends. 30 years best friends. My daughter's 9 years old. And you think I'm doing something that's hurting my daughter. And then I reply with, doing the right thing is never wrong. And I don't need to engage in anything you just said. And I can use anything to just avoid your fucking argument. And I'm ignorant of the harm that happens. This is corruption. This is why I have, is it in this document? Probably not. The definition of corruption. I think it's in, it's in this one. So here is the projects, because most of the definitions, I'm just using the one that's on Google. There's problems there. Words are changing the definition for very bad reasons that we need to go through, like bigotry. So like fair and judgment, those are the ones off of Google or Webster Dictionary. This one's project sole definition. So the project sole definition of corruption is any rule, principle, moral, logic, etc., that allows for any amount of resentment and contempt to manifest. So when people think of corruption, they just think of like the corporations and doing evil practice, doing really bad practices that are causing lots of harm, like paying people like really dirt wages, or not covering benefits, or having really unsafe, unsanitary, hazardous conditions for, I mean, how far do we need to go back where that was a significant problem for how long during the United States of America? All these different things are you know, them existing are corruption. They're problems. They build resentment and contempt in the people that are seeing and tallying the unfairness of not being paid enough, the hazardous conditions, etc. Okay. So then here, so that's why debates don't matter. Then here, okay. All right, we're gonna watch this, and then, yeah, I'll give you my thoughts.
Constitutionality of established law. Constitutionality exists above the law. The fact that peaceful doesn't matter when you're trying to overturn the election results.
Matter?
But anyway, just to be clear, you guy that got shot at the rally. This is why I don't give a about showing sympathy. This is why I don't give a. This is why I don't give a.
What I'm about to say, I really am asking for your best good faith effort to engage in what I'm about to say. Destiny needed to talk like that. And I'm not condoning it. It's really bad. But I'm saying the same thing for the other side. What we're currently caught in is an eye for an eye logically. So game theory, prisoner's dilemma, I'm just going to go over it really fast. Basically, you can defect against the other person that's playing with you, or you can cooperate. And in the battle of ideas, there are very specifically many different things that are acts of defection that shows the other person across from you that you don't care about them. You don't want to give them what they want. You don't validate. And the biggest things are you're never validating anything they're saying. Every time it's your turn to talk. I remember when Destiny was debating Andrew Wilson on the definition of insurrection. And Destiny at one point was going like, man, like, Andrew Wilson was saying, Destiny would talk for like 3 or 4 minutes. Or I can't remember how long, but he was talking, his turn to talk. He was talking, making out all these different points. And it wasn't just one point. He wasn't just saying one point. He was saying several points. which, you know, we can get into the whole gish scalping thing and stuff like that. But I think he's been good faith and good form here. Anyways, when it's Andrew Wilson's turn to talk, he says that's illogical, and then goes into where he disagrees and where the logic isn't consistent in Andrew Wilson's mind. And this bothered Destiny. And this is one thing that I think that Destiny is missing. The reason that bothered him so much is because the other person is only counter-arguing. It is one-way criticism. And it is, I get to criticize you and your ideas, but you're not worthy of criticizing mine. And at some point, if two people that are, and this is why, okay, so there's this thing I call the metaphorical Mexican standoff. And so here are good and bad attributes, good and bad attributes that we all have: intentions, motivations, goals, behaviors, rules, principles. We all have these different things. Even a 5-year-old has a good amount of these things. So between two people or two groups, there are 4 sides of judgment. So between you and me, you have you have your side of good. So right here, the range of good attributes from mild, moderate, and great. And then you have your range of bad attributes. So that's side 1 is the range of your good, and the side 2 is the range of your bad. And then same thing for me on my side, 3 and 4. And there's no hierarchy here in terms of like 1 and 2 and A and B. It doesn't matter. It's all irrelevant. You can switch it all around. It doesn't matter. It's just trying to show that there are 4 sides of judgment. And the metaphorical Mexican standoff, both people only want to engage in 2 of the 4 sides of judgment. So and there's levels in all of this, but basically when the contempt between 2 people gets to probably around like 60%, they're done. There's no amount where they're trying to ever, with good faith, engage in the other 2 sides. They're only, so for example, there was a debate between Destiny and Gorka that Trigonometry hosted. The whole time, in the whole debate, I think it was about an hour, and the whole time, Destiny only wants to talk about the good of Destiny and the good of Biden. And so that's one side. It's one of the 4. And then Destiny also only wants to talk about the bad of Gorka and the bad of Trump. Gorka only wants to talk about the good of Gorka and Trump and the bad of Destiny and Biden. Both people, the whole time, do not want to acknowledge the other 2. And I believe that it is these different acts of defection that we're doing, of disrespect, slander, mockery, mocking the other person's ideas, is fucking terrible. I have a whole argument. I'm not going to go into it too much. Just really quick, that mockery is not just a joke. Banter is. So with mockery, very specifically, you're not measuring your level of contempt for the other person. So you're unaware that you believe, so all jokes are exaggerations. So if you and I are joking, and we're really good friends with banter, let's say your laziness is a 4 out of 10. I make a joke, making it a 10 out of 10. You laugh and I laugh because we both know the actual reality is a 4 out of 10. If I have contempt for you and I'm mocking you and it's not banter and I have high level contempt for you, you already know I am constantly making you seem worse than you are. So again, the whole thing of your laziness is actually a 4 out of 10. How will we objectively measure that? In the contemptuous side, the mocking side, when I mock you, in my reality, I see an 8 out of 10. So the actual reality in my reality, because I have contempt for you, is an 8 out of 10. So when I take it to a 10 out of 10, I believe some of the lie. In this specific instance, I believe a lot of the lie. And this is why it's so harming, and this is why the other person can't laugh, because it isn't just that one moment. There's so many other times this person is giving their judgment of that person, and they're constantly making them seem worse than they are, which is this one right here, unconscious sin. The overall premise is that Christians are mildly right. We're all born into sin. Sin is again just weakness. And then liberals are mildly right. There is unconscious bias. This is the unconscious bias, unconscious sin. It's a two-sided bias. So to judge people's outgroups with contempt. So again, contempt, the definition is someone or something that is beneath consideration, worthless, or deserving scorn. But the contempt bias, the definition is the desire to make the other or one's outgroup in the court of public and private opinion look worse than it is. This is done. That's not the symptoms. I need to reword that. But this is done by, whoops, hold on a second. You can see that. Okay. This is done by exaggerating the other person's bad attributes. And again, remember the attributes are this list of things over here, the intentions, goals, behaviors, rules, principles, all these different things that we use to judge a person. We're exaggerating the person's bad attributes, lies of exaggeration, to make them seem worse than they are. So all of the range of their bad is to make them seem worse. Then all of their good, we downplay them. Some of the symptoms for this are one-way criticism. I have the right to complain and criticize you. You have no right to complain and criticize me. How many people I run into that in the conversation, this is where you could just feel the other person does not. And this is one of the things I need to make a new diagram for, but I view the left and the right as a marriage. So just like the Gottman Institute they have this thing like the four horsemen of the apocalypse, stonewalling, criticism, and there's a couple other, obviously there's two more, but oh yeah, right here. Defensiveness, stonewalling, criticism, and contempt. Shit. Fuck, I lost my train of thought. But the one-way criticism thing. Yeah, I have no right to complain and criticize. Yeah, how many people I run into that they have so much contempt for you, and I've been in so many conversations with people. They're like, "No, you should hold ideas in contempt." I think this alone is an incredibly terrible thing. Terrible, terrible, terrible. It actually has no value to it at all. You should never hold any ideas in contempt. You should consider all ideas. I don't care how bad they are. It really doesn't matter. It doesn't. Because the idea here is that we're going to create this. So this is the judgment standard I'm trying to create by myself. I'm not trying to do it by myself. It's just I have connected and disconnected with so many people for a long time. But this is the document that I'm trying to create for that. So this is the pathos, ethos, logos. And this, I call it the ethos, humanity, it's a collective correcting document, just like the American Constitution, where everyone gets to praise and criticize it. And then in doing that, we get to find out what are the levels of fairness and corruption in the document itself. But what I have here, man, I forgot where I was going to go with it. I have a disease I've been suffering from, and it causes problems with my memory. But basically, this is trying to show right here. This would be like a Christian saying, "Hey, there needs to be an 11th commandment." And even right there, the rules for the dark sides of tribalism, that anyone that criticizes our own, what is infighting, well, they get removed. Like even the Dude, do I have it in here? My way or the highway? I don't think I do. Highway. Nope, I don't. So, that needs to be like my way or the highway. Look at how insanely damaging that is. There's something good to it. There's good to all of these things. Agree to disagree, there's good to it, but it needs to get incredibly updated. For one, there's no fucking antonym. There's no level of threshold of agreement in the common sense of the average person. So agree to disagree in the common sense of the average person, but can we agree to disagree on everything? This even goes into a very deep philosophical problem about being 100% tolerant versus being 100% intolerant of ideas, of the morals of everyone. Like when you go out in the society, would you complain? If you complain about anything ever, well, then you can't just agree to disagree. You have a problem with how other people, like you cutting in line to just an incredible amount of things that we all do in society. What a woman wears, how a man acts. But my way or the highway, look at this fear of ostracization. You're removed from the group. Get the fuck out of my house. You're no longer welcome here because it's my way or the highway. Like a dictator on high, having this in their common sense, my way or the highway. That it's extreme high level intellectual sin. High level intellectual sin. Okay. But basically the left and the right are husband and a wife, and over the diagram that I need to make that I haven't made yet is about these different things of like, so when you're in that metaphorical Mexican standoff for decades, so a husband and wife that are sitting in front of a therapist, and as soon as the therapist asks a question of the wife, so what are some issues that you're having with your husband, and then she starts to even talk, and the husband's just rolling his eyes, and then just reverse it, the same thing for the other person. They are not taking each other seriously. When you tell everyone in society, just think for yourself, and then there's also very specific things that are making people come up with what I call an adaptive rule to not give a fuck what anyone else thinks. You're literally a breeding narcissist. There you go. You're fucking done. I'm going to think for myself. And then I also get to say, well, I don't care what you think at all. And so anyone that disagrees with me, disagreement is treason. And you're the one that's really bad and wrong. You like, people try to protect themselves from being emotionally badgered. That's why I have this right here of mental illness. Where is it? Right here. That our good faith plus bad form struggle sessions are causing mental illness, loneliness, substance abuse problems, like just everything that's happening in our society that's extremely bad. All the different statistics that Lauren Southern was saying in that video, which is a lot longer, and she goes over a lot more different things. Just the data for everywhere. So let's get into something here. There's a thing called the FCC Fairness Doctrine. It was instituted in 1949. It was removed in 1987 by the FCC panel. Congress. So this right here, ideological conflict. Congress thought that the decision to remove the FCC Fairness Doctrine was wrong-headed, misguided, and illogical. They tried to codify the Fairness Doctrine, and the bill passed, but then it was vetoed by Reagan, and Congress was unable to muster enough votes to overturn President's veto. Look what happened after that was removed. So that's one piece of data for a different thing. To show another point of this document called Elephants, which the reason I call it that is because I'm trying to say right here, we're all the enraged and deranged elephants in the room. That's goes with Jonathan Haidt's elephant and the writer. So there's a couple of different pieces. So this article right here that I don't have enough money to pay the Washington Post to show you, but you can get that link. I can share it with you. But if you just Google a stunning visualization of our divided Congress, Washington Post, you can get it. I should probably put in the description for this video. But look at, here is the diagram from that. So from 1949, this is the voting patterns of Congress to 2011. Look at what happens around 1987. And I'm not trying to say that any of this, hi, baby girl. The what? Oh, the batteries are low. Yeah. Just about the doorbell. So 1949 to 2011. And I don't think 1949 is perfect, but here, I don't think Trump was an amazing president. I don't think he's a good president. I think that there's an incredible amount of, he's incredibly unhinged right now, but this is again because of the problem that I'm trying to show existed before. And this is what I have here, that Trump, I'm just going to put this right here in fucking red. He is a symptom. He is not even close to any root cause. This has been happening well before he ran for office in 2015. So this is what I'm trying to show with these pieces of data here. So when we go here to this, the voting patterns, I don't think this is perfect, but there's some level of greatness of our ability to compromise and reach thresholds of agreement on complex political issues and to make cooperative decisions, to then enact certain policies on different complex political things to, and then means test them and then figure that out. But look at, it's just like Ezra Klein talks about how we used to, instead of people being just progressive or just conservative or just liberals, there were these multi, there were progressive liberals, liberal progressives, all these different things. Look at how, like, there's so many red people that are, and blues that are like there's a bunch of blue right here that are center right. Look at all these red people that are center left over here. Like, it just goes in between. And what I think the gray like cone that like shoots out from each little dot of each representative is like this overlap of how much they agree on each policy thing. That's what I think that it means. And Chris, I need to make sure that I don't have. But how do these two people make a decision right here? This is showing the polarization was already occurring in our Congress before Trump ran in 2015. Our Congress just split in two, divided in two. And I think that only large omnibus bills and then lots of back deal, like forcing, like, hey, we're going to give you the, like, just we're only able to happen. I'm not saying it didn't happen before that, but there's some level of better levels of good faith when the FCC fairness doctrine was in place. And I think the FCC fairness doctrine should have been improved. I believe that they were still, there were still problems with it, meaning there was corruption still inside of our journalistic integrity, where they would pick some of the worst representatives for, it would be like picking Alex Jones instead of Rand Paul to represent whatever political issue is for conservatives. Rand Paul is obviously going to be way better at articulating and delivering those messages and the arguments in a much more concise way that are way more eloquent, but also much more accurate. But they would pick somebody like Alex Jones and not Rand Paul from the side. So they would pick the worst representer of the issue from that side and saying, well, this is what that person's side is saying. I don't know that's absolutely true. That's just what I've heard. And that's one of the reasons that, like, here they say that the FCC fairness, the FCC chairman said that it hurt the public interest and violated free speech rights guaranteed by the First Amendment. Those were his claims. And maybe those are valid, but maybe the thing should have got improved and not removed. So that was Congress. Now we're going to show two more demographics. And here we have, this is a Pew Research one. It's not as long. It's only from 1994 to 2017, but we have the politically engaged and the general public. So here is we're going to just hit play and watch let's see, I'll make it larger. See if this works. Okay, it's working. There's 1999, 2004, 2011, 2014. So So the year before, so if it was Trump, if it was fucking Trump, if it was just Trump in 2015, I could get it. I could see a reasonable argument if it was Trump. So it's nothing else. It's just fucking Trump. There isn't some deep-seated, rooted problem inside of a society on complex political issues of engaging the battle of ideas. There's no something that makes tribal dogma and tribal taboo. There isn't that incredible high-level motivation of contempt and the toxic nice bias and the contempt bias. That doesn't exist. And the average person, the K through 12 education, not being taught a high level of epistemic. None of that's the fucking problem. It's just Trump. That would mean that from 1994, that 2014 would have looked like this. So instead of this saying 1994, this would be 2014, and then 2015 looks like this. And I go, it probably is Trump. Let's investigate any more than that. Let's ask more questions. But the data doesn't fucking show that. It shows this in 2014. 2014, well before Trump was ever a fucking candidate for what. Let's just make sure I'm right. When did Trump start announce he was running for president in 2016? Trump announced his presidential campaign on June 16th. So, no. 2015. 2015. So he's not in the zeitgeist yet. He is not part of the problem yet. He is part of the problem, but he is a symptom. He is not the root mechanisms of the disease. Which, by the way, we could just go to Israel versus Palestine, and we're going to see the exact same things. It just looks, there's going to be differences, but at its core, things are exactly the same. It's how the society is making decisions and what form of warfare are they using. And so that's what I have here. What form of warfare is the two groups resolving their ideological desire conflict. Physical warfare, from a fist to nuclear bombs. Emotional warfare, you have gaslighting, propaganda, cancel cultures. Obviously, these things have much longer lists. This is just financial warfare, tariffs. And I also have a definition for warfare. Warfare definition. Hopefully that's here. Any action in an attempt to win an ideological conflict or desire conflict. So it's any action taken. So if I can enact tariffs against you and your country, and I take that action, I'm attempting to win something in ideological desire conflict. I want something different. So that's what desire conflict is. And then ideological conflict, right or wrong. Okay. So let's get to this other one. So that's politically engaged, by the way. So we're going to go back to 1984. We're going to click on general public. And I wanted to show one more thing with the politically engaged. Politically engaged, these people are in the topics more. They care about them more. Something has woken them up to no longer be apolitical, and they care so much about very political issues. So they have a higher level of motivation of measuring the harm of whatever's happening for pharmaceutical drug prices, whatever the thing is. They care more about the topics, and they're politically engaged again. So 2014, again, Trump is not in office. 1994, this is where politically engaged was. Politically engaged were here. They had more agreement than disagreement. Not completely. This should have been better than this. It should have been better than this if we fix our ability to have battle of idea conversations, which has never been good, and I'm about to show that with another thing. Actually, let's go watch that real quick.
These days, by the way, guys, there is now a cadre of us on the left and the right that are having these conversations. And oftentimes, these conversations are difficult. But we're getting to some agreement, which we've never gotten to before. All we've ever done is debate and fight and never get to agreement. But now we're beginning to get there, despite people like Dave Rubin, who try to antagonize.
How long has he been in this debate space? And sure, he could be wrong. I'm not saying that because he's making this claim and we're finally getting to agreement we've never gotten to before, that if he took some time, maybe he saw some before, but there's just so many different pieces of data that are showing the hyperpolarization. We used to have some ability to agree before, and we have lost that. We used to, and I'm never saying it was perfect. I am specifically saying it has never been good enough. That's what, where is it? No ideological groups, morality rule set has been good enough for society to have and maintain a democracy. Yeah, let's underline that, make that nice dark red, and we'll make that nice and, really big. Not that red, that's harder to see. And we'll go there. Okay. Fourthly, feminists haven't figured it out. Marxists haven't figured it out. Christians, conservatives, liberals, no one's figured it out yet. We haven't figured it out yet. There isn't a group that just has it all and knows what and knows how, what form of warfare is the healthiest. In fact, I think anytime anyone thinks of warfare anyways, they only think of physical warfare. War of ideas is using our words to resolve conflict, measuring genuine consent, because there's manufactured consent, there's coercion. We're at high levels of coercion today, high levels of bullying and forcing people, acts of repression to force people into one's will instead of convincing them. And how many times today are like, oh, I know I'm not going to convince these people. I know that the expectation shouldn't be that I'm going to convince anybody. That should be the expectation. That should be the expectation. That's what a good, healthy society is doing. We're having very high level, highly cooperative debates using, so again, coming back to game theory, let's go to consideration, intellectual curiosity, a strong desire to know or learn something. So one of the things for this over here for progressing and conserving the 11th classic liberal principle is to be good faith. You have to have a strong desire to care if you're wrong, to care to see if you're more wrong and the person you're debating with, whoever they are, whatever ideological group they come from, and they're more right. And you want to see it as soon as possible. That is a measure of good faith, and nothing else is. I'm not saying we can't add more things onto that, but that is the core thing. You can be nice all day long. You can give them time and give them time to speak and stuff like this. But if you don't go through a long list of so if you don't have that intellectual curiosity, let's say for fourthly feminists debating the gender wage gap on 70 cents to the dollar, and they currently believe that our society is an incredibly misogynistic society, and the only thing that is happening there is that men hate women, and so therefore they're paying them less. How many intellectual steps do you think that person has to engage in to be actually logically reasoned out of that position? One, they have to learn how to read statistics and go, oh, I don't know what a univariate analysis is and a multivariate analysis and what questions I'm supposed to ask when reading any statistical data. Well, I now need to go and learn how to do that and why that's important. And here I have I'm earnest, I'm eager to do that. Again, acts of cooperation in the battle of ideas. The fuel source to do that is care. The fuel source for acts of defection is contempt. I think easily in a decently complex political debate for both people, I think this is currently true. that there isn't one topic in any one person. They're just right on all of it, and they're going to learn nothing from the person across from them. So let's just say you and I are debating something, and you're more right. So your overarching claim is the right one. It'll change a little bit because of what you learned from me. So some of your different supportive claims had no value and remove those. And other ones, you had some inconsistencies and you updated them as I gave you criticism. So you had things to learn from me in our battle of idea conversation. But my overarching claim was way more wrong. So and this is one of the diagrams that I need to have, and I've tried to make it before, but it's like the complexity of an idea. And you have an overarching claim, you have all of your different supporting claims and perspectives and statistical facts and how to read those and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I believe that is true, that there isn't one topic in any one person. They're just 100% right on all of it, and they have nothing to learn. So a very healthy, highly cooperative society is where everyone is engaging in the battle of ideas, knowing they're going to learn from the person across from them, that it is more likely that they will learn from them. But it doesn't mean that as soon as the person makes an argument that seemingly seems good, oh, well then, yeah, that's the right thing. No, there's that whatever. This is what I'm trying to say before with the whole contempt thing, where we hold no ideas in contempt, because this PEL standard, this PEL judgment standard that we are going to create together, that removes the double standard and has high level intellectual epistemic steps to go through, a lot different logical structures and logical steps and things that are logical weaknesses. We know how to do all these things really well. This is a filter. So think of like a math problem you have, and then think of PEMDAS, and then you have the problem, and then the PEMDAS is the filter. You take the problem, you put the problem through PEMDAS, the filter, and coming out the other side, you get the solution. And every time you fucking do that, you get the same fucking thing, unless the PEMDAS changes, unless the filter changes, then you'll get something different. So we can engage in like flat earth theory or whatever the fucking is. And I'm not saying that we're always going to the most dumb ideas. We're just constantly going, like, we'll have needs of engaging in really bad ideas because we have to engage in absurd ideas. That's another argument that is extremely long to go through, that there's just been absurd ideas that have constantly happened throughout society. There's a really good quote that like ideas are first rejected and then mocked, ridiculed, and then finally accepted as true. Something like that. I'm butchering it, but you get the idea. When we together are consistently updating the judgment standard, this filter, that for whatever the complex problem is that we're dealing with, every time you push it through it, you're always gonna get the same thing again, unless the filter changes. You missed a bias, you missed a logical fallacy, you update that filter, and then you might get a completely different answer at the end, or a mildly different one due to the level of how erroneous, like whatever the problems were in the filter. And so this tool it's just a tool. It's just a filter. It's an extremely important one. I don't think we know anything without our judgment. Like, you know nothing. You know nothing about yourself. You know nothing about the world without it is the thing. It is the lens by which you see anything. It is the thing you use to judge yourself, your in-group, your out-group, the complex world around us, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, let's get to just trying to wrap up here real quick. So I wanted to get to the general public. So look at the general public. These people, all of these people, the whole time, they're all apolitical. Though that is changing to a degree. I think as the problems get worse, more people are getting woken up. But we'll hit play here for general public for this one. Wow, 2014, they're pretty separate. Look at that. In 2017, when Trump took office, pushed even people further away. And I agree that his behaviors, especially the thing that he said at the Charlie Cook Memorial, where he said something to the effect of like, he hates his enemies, he doesn't want good for them. That is this thing that fucking, okay, hold on. It's in the PEL Standard. It's in the PEL Standard, and it's in this eye for an eye logic loop thing right here. Yeah, eye for an eye, where he doesn't want good for them. When that FCC fairness doctrine was removed, I think it had allowed an incredible amount of money, which I think already existed to a great degree, because Noam Chomsky's book, Manufacturing Consent, refers to the fairness doctrine multiple times when he writes it, and talks about how this is how they've worked even while it was in play. But it just got worse. It got incredibly worse to where now it's just at high levels, insane levels of opinion pieces coming from journalists instead of just reporting the news as, you know, with high levels of journalistic integrity, which I don't think it's ever been good enough. But we can see in the past has been at least decently better than it is now. But imagine you and I disagree on something, whatever it is politically, but I have more money than you, and I already control CNN. I've been constantly funneling them with lots of money. I make them straw man the fuck out of all of your arguments. I make them do a call to authority logical fallacy. I make them do a bandwagon fallacy. I make them do all of these different things that the average person doesn't even know they're supposed to go, hold on a second, bro. That's a call to authority logical fallacy. Dude, that's a lot of intellectual sin. None of us are supposed to be doing that. Why are you doing that? Why is my news source doing that? None of them are saying that because they weren't taught to care for it in their own informal debates that they're consistently having in their social negotiations and their relationships. People are constantly. Here's one of the terrible things that is inciting violence. Both sides are calling the other side death cults, evil, un-American, threats to democracy. Destiny has done it many times to the right. Tim Pool has done it many times to the left. This is the conflation problem, where the worst ideas are labeled over the majority of the group. And sometimes, in some instances, some people go, oh yeah, but not all men are like that. Or not all liberals are like that. Or not all fourth wave feminists are like that. But the vast majority of people do not do that. Libtard is a pejorative for a reason, which goes into this whole thing about how we have a seat at the table and we're all kicking each other off by trying to discredit one another and why they're so bad. And that's what this thing is supposed to show right here, that this is what I think this is happening right here. This line of the net favorability of each party. So this means the average person as a whole on the left and the right, as they view both parties of how much their favorability, of how much they like the party. They think they're good actors. The left, when 9/11 happened and so many people on the right were making different arguments of, you know, jet fuel doesn't melt steel beams. Why did building 7 fall when nothing hit it? All the different questions. They use the pejorative, and this is why pejoratives are so bad and damaging, but also we need to be able to, like, if I have hypocrisy in my arguments, or if you think I'm doing a live exaggeration of live omission, you need to be able to call those out in me, and I need to be able to call them out in you. That is extremely important. That's why this is complicated on how we label each other and how we judge each other in court of public opinion. But that's basically between a very simple labeling system to a much more complex one of how we judge each other. That would fix that, but a better judgment system, which is what I'm advocating for. But just look at this plummet. Like even from 1990 to 2025, there on both parties, this is the most staggering line. And I think it's also because of the reasons that I have here for how the left made Trump. So for this one right here, I think overwhelmingly the ever since the United States of America, Christianity, what was in the common sense of the average person, what it means to be a good person came from Christianity. Different forms of Christianity got into there. Everything from like turn the other cheek to walk upon another person's shoes to a long list of things. Mercy being really good, benefit of the doubt, long list of things. Then I think that I know they were dominating. I know that the right conservative Christians for how long America has been, the United States of America has been the United States of America, what it means to be a good person, they were writing the morality rule set of what goes in the common sense of the average person. Then the left took over, I think around the 60s or 70s, but definitely it started to happen more in the 80s. There's a poem that here. I don't know if this could open up. Well, here we go. Yeah. This is made by a doctor, so an authority, call it to authority logical fallacy. And again, we can call to authorities. That's not the problem. It's if you avoid the argument or the other person and you're saying the other person is wrong because the authority figure has to be right. If you do not take the time to actually engage in their claims and you use many different intellectual steps that integrity checklist you're supposed to do for all claims of what anyone ever criticizing anything, there's always going to be some authorities on whatever the thing is. You can still call to authority. The fallacy part is your arrival at truth, that authority figure has to be right, that the person has to be wrong. You avoid the argument, so talking past one another is the thing. I'm just going one more past why people are talking past one another, and so many people will get into these other things, and there's no one's asking enough questions, and really fucking upsets me so much. Like so often when I get into people talking about like both sides and the bad behavior from both sides, they want to go to just politicians and go, okay, well, what Democratic politicians act as bad as Trump? Yeah. I'm like, okay. Like the whole politics is downstream from culture, how true that is. And we need to debate that. And I'm not saying our politicians have no percentage of the blame distribution when we're analyzing the bad behavior from other side. We need to see that. But what's going into the common sense of the average person is extremely crucial. So if I'm on the left and I'm now just dominating in the 90s, dominating so hard what it means to be a good person, to be a good person in the United States of America is to be politically correct. To be politically correct, a white person can never criticize any other group of color. It doesn't matter who it is. You're not. If you do so, you're racist. And this is why my main thing here. So look at this. If children live with criticism, they learn to condemn. Children live with, I will agree with a lot of what is here, but this first line is just fucking insane. It's so stupid. It's so fucking bad. There's truth to it that needs to be maintained. We need to still man it. There are problems with criticism. There is destructive criticism and constructive criticism. There are kernels of truth in destructive criticism. That's why it does so much harm to somebody. But no one has made the morality rule set that allows anyone to actually give constructive praise and constructive criticism. I can go to so many fucking TV shows that shows and so much of real life of like, even when Lauren Southern's talking about like, it's so hard to describe these things and what's happening inside of interpersonal relationships where parents are doing this extremely gentle coddling parenting style. And this is just another place where we coddling the American mind, but telling a child that they're amazing at everything they do, telling them they're like the word perfect. How much inside of your life are you hearing people inside of your interpersonal relationships for very mundane tasks, for just showing up on time, or just making like, hey, let's meet here at this time, or hey, I was able to get this and this done, and then people are giving the feedback of perfect, 100% flawless. I don't think that word should ever be, I don't know if it's ever true. I'm not trying to remove the word saying we should never use it, because we need it. We need it really fucking bad. It is the thing inside of meritocracy. We all strive for perfect practice. So in our striving for perfect practice allows us to be more perfect, and practice does not make perfect. That's a fucking lie. But striving for perfect practice makes us increasingly better. Doesn't make us perfect. It makes us increasingly better. The better we get at our practice, the better we refine our methodology by which we are judging ourselves, performing constructive praise and constructive criticism, where we're playing chess or Overwatch 2 or whatever the fucking game is. It doesn't matter what the thing is. I don't care what it is. It's your ability to do all the different tasks for a group school project when you're in 6th grade or in college. The things just get more complicated, but all of it always comes down to your ability to be able to perform constructive praise and constructive criticism, and how, or the level of how it's destructive, because you're just constantly making yourself seem better than you are. So this thing right here, assuming the best of someone's behaviors, interpreting the best of someone's ideas. To love people in my group is to never show criticism, only praise. You are perfect. You did nothing wrong. Nice bias feeds high motivation to show agreement with all ideas in one's in-group, a monolith, a cult. Disagreement is treason, motherfucker. All right. I need a lot of help. I have so many documents. I'm just now getting back into the thing of wrapping my heads around these ideas. It's just been many, many months I stopped thinking about any of this stuff. So I appreciate all the different times that in fact, I need to stop this video and make a new one. And so let me wrap up this video, and then I'll stop it to make a new one to do that, which would be the intro to the other one. If I can figure out video editing, which I'll need help on. I did want to get to, let's see, no, I got this. So if the average person, if the average person is seeing all of these different thought leaders on the left that are, again, culture, politics is streams from culture, what it means to be a good person, the people that are already creating all the different things that are in the zeitgeist. And I need to go through ChatGPT and lots of other people. I need to go through all this. I need to see this. But this is, I believe this is true to a great degree. But again, I've not concluded on anything. We need to go through this. But what I believe happened was that while the left was dominating and just whatever these individual thought leaders were saying at the time, this is what it means to be politically correct, this is what it means to be a good person, and then they were calling all of the people on the right that were ever engaging in any specific talking points, that were ever trying to show that things aren't adding up. Like, how many people are talking about things are not adding up with the Charlie Kirk thing, but how many people before, try and go back to this time, try and go back to 9/11, and how many people of the average person have high level agreeableness, by the way, is a fucking insane intellectual sin, just believe everything the FBI says. But how many people now have such insane levels of distrust for different reasons in the FBI, and more people are looking at these different conspiracy theories of like, yeah, shit's not adding up. But back then in 2011, when any people were even asking questions of a shit's not adding up, why did Building 7 fall? Nothing hit it. Just that one alone's insane. It's fucking insane. Why did it fall? It's fucking down the road. It's nowhere near. It's not right next to. It's down the road from where the Trade Center, where the planes flew into the Trade Center. Anyways, they were constantly using the pejorative of their conspiracy theorists, and just replace conspiracy theorist with any pejorative of racist, fascist, communist, whatever it is. These are the bad people with bad ideas. This is why we are constantly dealing with the age-old problem of the thing that happened during the French Revolution of wrongthink. We haven't gotten rid of the high-level thing of, this is why we even call it playing devil's advocate. That anyone at this time that was actually ever going to go, okay, well, maybe they have something here. I need to play devil's advocate. They're going, okay, well, why would we even call it that? We call it that because those are the villains. We call it that because we're overwhelmingly, humanity has been very religious. Judaism, different forms of Christianity, Islam, overwhelmingly religious, God versus the devil, overwhelmingly the constant narrative in these things. All of the things that come from God are perfect and amazing and great, and everything that comes from the devil is all bad and terrible. If you're going to engage in the claims of any of these people, whoever they are, it's all bad. Do you think the average Republican today that voted for Donald Trump or didn't, but have extremely terrible views about Karl Marx, meaning that they think that there's nothing good in any of Karl Marx's books, not Das Kapital, nothing. None of it's good. Not even his critiques of capitalism. There's no good logic in it. So they have these staunch, hard beliefs. They have used their judgment. They've concluded a truth about what a person has stated on a complex topic of economy. Do you actually think they've read any of that? I think the vast majority of them, I think it's easily that if we were able to get this data, however it is, however we can get it, I think it's easily less than 2% of people that are registered Republicans today that have these beliefs that there's nothing good in Marxism, it's all communist, batshit crazy, stupid ideas, have never read any of the things, any of the stuff, how they arrived at truth. It'd be like me saying there's nothing good in Christianity without ever reading the Bible. This is insane level intellectual sin, and I believe that's true. And I don't just believe it's true for the right doing it. I think the left, again, fucking both sides. Both sides. There are statistical data on many different places. There's even another place, I'm going to pull it up now, but there's just constant data that shows when the average Republican and Democrat sit down to debate any of the political issues, up until very recently, the vast majority of all the different times, they do not establish where they agree. How do you work anything out with other people if, as they speak, you never validate anywhere that you think they're right? In fact, you avoid it. And then they do the same thing from you. Aren't we in the metaphorical Mexican standoff? If they're never establishing where they agree, that is the MMS. That is the metaphorical Mexican standoff. It's been happening for decades. It's just continuously going worse. The thing is the level of contempt and what manufactures contempt. I have a whole diagram on that of manufacturing contempt, of how it just is this constant cycle that it starts out as good faith, that two very good faith people, as long as they have bad form, they will talk past one another because of the list of things that are avoiding the argument is extremely long. So many of them. It's incredible. I mean, just on anecdotal evidence, people think that there's nothing good in anecdotal evidence. You need to throw all of it out ever. And then there's other people that think anecdotal evidence they can use to arrive at extremely hard, concrete facts of truth. Both are extremely terrible. Anecdotal evidence has extreme value, but it is inquisitive value of going, okay, we have all those anecdotal evidence of whatever the thing is, fill in the blank, of autism increasing, or Like, for example, when they started to find out that lead was getting into the water supply was because of increasing aggression and physical violence in certain cities. So you start to see this anecdotal evidence and you haven't done a study yet. The reason you fucking do a study is because you start to see an ever increasing rate of whatever problem of anecdotal evidence. So it's used as investigation. It's extremely valuable. We never use it to conclude hard truth. We use it to go, what the fuck is going on there? Let's look harder at it. Thank you for your time. I really, really need help. I am not trying to do any of this alone at all. Okay. Okay. So I need to see how long that video was first. And an hour and 20 minutes. Fuck. I feel like I'm primed now, and now I could maybe better get through the different things. Maybe I'll make a different one tomorrow. I don't know. I got you suckers.